Back to Gahanga Cricket International Stadium. This is Ground B and its men's elite liberation cup. And joining me here at the surface are two captains, one of Ingenzi Defenders. We have one of Ingabo Titans and the umpire who will be leading the toss. And now we can proceed by flipping the coin. Ingenzi Defenders being the home team, they will be the one to flip. Tail is the call. And tail it is. Congratulations, Captain. You have won the toss. What are you going to use this surface?
We are batting first.
Why batting first?
Yeah, it's a very good pitch. We played here yesterday. Managed to score 196. I think we will be looking forward to get at least more than that. Yeah, 200 plus. If we can get that. 160 plus will be a very good total, but our aim is 200 plus.
All the best, Captain.
Thank you.
That was this from Ingabo Titans, and I would like to call upon Captain of Ingenzi Defenders. You have lost the toss. If you would have won the toss, what were you going to do first?
We do have ball first.
Now it went in your favor. What is the total score? Are you looking forward to restrict them below so that you can come and chase it comfortably?
Yeah, looking forward is not the total because normally you have seen the outfield and the pitch. You can't expect a certain score. So as we are coming hard and we are going to play according to our plan, so any score that they will set, we are able to chase it. At least if we come in being positive, not being like yesterday, I think we'll be able to take the win.
All the best.
Thank you.
That was it from two captains. It's men's elite liberation cup. Ingabo Titans winning the toss and electing to half bat first. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the men's elite liberation T20 cup. The stage is set for another exciting day of cricket as the tournament gathers momentum. With valuable points at stake, both sides will be eager to stamp their authority early. And those are the playing 11s for you. Rukiriza Emil, the captain of Ingabo Titans, Zakai's Martin Dusingizmana, Eric, the man with 88, Inyamibwa Rukundo Patrick, Hamza Khan, Niyonkuru Kamana Joshua, Nzabenda Chancelier, Lindro Blaise Lomio, Tuyisenge Rikide Wimana David, Imenyimana Iva, Kwiza Onesme. And for Indians defenders, we've got the captain Eric Kubwimana, the man who scored 60 runs yesterday. Benirwe Christian, Didien Kubwimana with a great catch. Hakuziyaremye Theoneste, Iradukunda Jean Michel, Muhammad Adil, Namoranye Chris Yusuf, Ndayishimiye Theophile, Nitango Wilson, Twize Jean Bosco, last but not least, Samuel Ndayishimiye. Those are the playing 11s for both teams. It's Ingabo Titans versus Indians defenders. Ingabo Titans winning the toss and opting to have bat first with the likes of Hamza Khan, Dusingizmana Eric, Wimana David, Tuyisenge Orikide, Niyonkuru Kamana Joshua. They do have the captain Emir Kiriza, the man who have scored quick 20 yesterday when he was facing Clinton Ragumya. Actually, it was a great encounter yesterday, and today we're now coming with a new great encounter. The captains have completed the toss, and we are a moment away from the first delivery. All eyes now turn to how these conditions will influence the game. Opening partnership will be very crucial in laying the foundation, and the new ball is expected to offer some assistance to the seamers. This contest is well balanced, is finely balanced. Both teams are very, very strong as intense defenders. They have won many of their games when they were chasing, and the captain have said it at the toss that even though we have lost the toss, the game is still in our favor. Because if we would have won the toss, we're going to have ball first, and even though we have lost it, still we are bowling first. And same as Ingabo Titans, no matter what, they are looking forward to have bat first. That shows you the way both players are now going to be expressing their best versions in this game. Today is day number 2. Yesterday, we have seen the game between Ingabo Titans and Imans Guardians. Ingabo Titans winning by 38 runs. And again, Ingabo Titans winning by 25 runs against Imena Centurions. And Indians defenders winning by 4 wickets against Imans Guardians. And again, Imena Centurions registering their first win by 7 wickets against Indians defenders. It was a very, very productive day watching these guys coming in through and expressing their skills. And today, it's another beautiful day for these teams to express whatever they can do. And here we go. The first delivery of the innings comes up. Hamza Khan starting off with a beautiful looking shot, but it went straight into the hands of the fielder at mid-on. It's Bosco Tuyizere. Indians defenders saying at least if they can manage to restrict them to 150. It's going to be a very good score for them to chase. Loud appeal, but I've heard the sound of the bat. Eric Ugimana starting very well, trying to go for the leg stump. But if you can see, the field set is the same as yesterday. Deep square leg and third man. Now the question is, Eric, what's going to happen if Amza flicks that one to fine leg? Much better. Playing that one into the offside, straight to the point. There was no fielder, and it will be the first boundary of the day, first boundary of this game. Game number 5 of day 2, Men's Elite Liberation Cup. Amza starting off in a style, registering the first boundary of the innings at the third delivery. Anything played above the bowler's head, it will be all the way to the boundary. Bowler seems to be convinced. Bowler seems to be convinced, and the wicket keeper, but umpire shows no interest at all. Look at that. The batter Amza Khan was like, "What's going on? I've not touched the ball." But Eric and Didier appeared like they are very, very convinced that something really happened. And back to the partnership these two have laid yesterday, making sure that one of these two goes out early will be a very, very crucial key for Indians defenders. Tossed up and pulled all the way for a maximum. Yes, it is a maximum. Starting off with 2 dot deliveries, proceeding with a boundary, and without taking too long, Amza Khan, he registers the first maximum of the day. Eric must not be happy with that, I'm telling you. A projected score cruising to 240. Look at that. Pulled away and pulled away family. Amza Khan, who likes to go for those kind of deliveries. Any loose delivery, Amza Khan will not spare you. Last delivery of the very first over of this innings. Played up in there. Can Michael take this one? Mike is underneath and taken comfortably. Amza Khan, after giving 10 runs to Ingabo Titans, will have to depart. Back there was no fielder. He was targeting that gap above the bowler's head, but he missed the connection and he will have to pay the price. Look at that. It was up in there. The elevation was there, but not in the right area. Jersey number 2, Michel Iradukunda, without taking too long, he grabbed that catch. And Amza Khan will have to go back to the taint without causing a lot of damage. 10 runs, one boundary, and one maximum with a strike rate of 166. This is what I've been saying, that due to the partnership we have seen these two laying yesterday, if Indians defenders can make sure that one of these goes out, will be a very crucial key. And Eric, the captain, does the job. And first over is done. 10 runs on the board after one. The current run rate 10 runs per over. Now let us see if Inyamibwa Rukundo Patrick, along with Dusingizman Eric, can manage to maintain this momentum and this current run rate. And of course, you can't witness such great encounter alone. I will be with Adele Tuyizere. Adele Tuyizere have been sitting here in the commentary box since the very first delivery. You have seen the way Amza was very aggressive, but in the end, didn't work for him. And back at the toss, Michel Edukunda was telling me, no matter what, Eric Dusingizmana today will be noticing my presence. And now he is into the attack, and Eric is on the crease. Good morning.
Such a lovely morning to you, Enoch, and wherever everybody is watching from. Such a lovely morning here in Kigali at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. Again, it's another beautiful day, Enoch. Another beautiful day of cricket. And it is, of course, the RCA Men's Elite Liberation T20 Cup 2026. And Michael Edukunda being introduced into the attack, the very second over, up. That was pitched short, and Eric Dusingizimana went for a pull. And something good to see nowadays, him trying to pull. It is something that is coming out very nice. Even yesterday, after him scoring his 80, some of the shots, some of the boundaries were from the pull shot itself. So that really shows some improvement on a particular shot. Up in the air, but over the keeper, and the ball runs all the way to the boundary. Nyamibwa Rukundo Patrick, but this time around, the umpire calls for the physio. He was from the head. Physio running in for a concussion test. Very important in nowadays cricket. You've got to be able to make sure that everyone is in the right condition to execute and to play the game. Nyamibwa Rukundo Patrick from yesterday trying to go hard from the first ball. But again, by then he was coming in when there is already runs on board. The foundation was there. And this time around, I can't say that the foundation is there, but you've got to be smart on how you approach the inning. Even Hamza Khan, for as long as you can be that aggressive, you've got to even give yourself an opportunity. Having gotten 2 boundaries in the over, and the last delivery, Hamza Khan wanted to go again hard, end up perishing. Singizimana Eric on top of the batting chart, 83 runs, with his highest of 82, which was yesterday with a highest strike rate of 143. Bosco will take that one comfortably. This time around, he's not wasting time. Such a beautiful running catch. Sideways in the deep third man region. And that was an outside edge. But Nyamibwa Rukundo Patrick can do better than that for sure. And Bosco, after dropping that catch yesterday, it was actually the easiest. But this time round, running catch, beautiful thing to see. And another one bites the dust for Ingabo Titans. Immediately after talking about being smart on how you approach the inning, you can never hit 6 out of 6 for a boundary. You should give yourself a chance. Of course you can. I'm not saying that you can't hit 6 sixes or 6 fours, but again, how? The how part is more and more important. Nyamibwa Rukundo Patrick not giving himself a chance to bat longer, get used, and now start to try and go after the bowlers. 15 for 2, still inside 2 overs. Orchide Tuisenye coming in to join Eric Dusingizimana. Something that I always cry out for is the consistency. The consistency. How even yesterday, the start, Eric Dusingizimana alongside Hamza Khan, the foundation that they gave the team, the foundation they laid up the order, scoring 100 in 9 overs. It should have been something to keep going. It should have been something that they would wanted to maintain even in today's game. This time round, Hamza decides to leave Eric hanging, and Eric Dusingizimana on strike. Michael trying to bang it short. All the deliveries that Eric faced from Michael, short balls. And again, that comes along with planning. You've got to know who you're bowling to. You've got to know the strengths, the weaknesses, and of course, short balls will be one of those. But this time round, Eric Dusingizimana. Oh, Bosco Twizere in the deep, using the feet, making sure that nothing goes over the rope, saving 2 runs for the team. Bosco Twizere, look at that. Very good offer. Width, too short. It was really racing away to the boundary. Oh, good Lord. How did that happen? I thought Bosco had stepped on the rope. But good enough, saved 2 runs for the team. And after 2 overs, the score reads 18 for 2. Thanks to the camera crew, but that was a boundary for sure. Straight, struck powerfully, but straight to Theo in the covers for a dot ball. And yesterday, Orchide again didn't last. Hoping to see him coming back in the groove this time round. Hoping to see him contributing for the team as well. Eric Kugimana, after conceding 10 runs in his very first over, beautifully bowled, asking the questions to the stumps. And Orchide yet to show the intent, of scoring runs, still in the power play. And the two of them, the 2 batters, really understand the first 6 overs, the maximization of those 6 overs. They all understand it way better. And Orchide advances, goes down the wicket, trying to make use of the pace, trying to make use of the power play, but misses that one. And 3 dot balls in a row. Beautifully bowled, Eric Kugimana. Orchide was trying to go hard, but Eric saw it coming. Ball was in the line of the stumps. Orchidea had to survive for sure. He had to survive. At some point, you've got to let it go. You've got to let it go. It's still too early. Nothing to risk at the moment. Trying to pull that one, but pace cannot allow that to happen. 5 dot balls in a row. And bowling 5 dot balls to Orchidetu is saying you've got to be at your best. You've got to be bowling proper lines. And that is Eric Ukimana. Can it be a maiden? How well can you close the over, Eric? Oh my goodness. The ball rolls back into the stumps, but nothing happened. The bails stays. And what an over this is. A maiden over from Eric Kugimana. And 3 overs done. 18 for 2.
Michael back into the attack. Much better, but Eric Dusingizimana trying to go all the way, not allowing the pattern of maidens to continue. Now Orikide back on the strike after facing 6 deliveries without getting a single run. Now let us see if Michael can also manage to keep Orikide there on that line, that batting line. 19. This is not the same team we have been watching yesterday, going for 13 per over. Orikide placing that one in the deep, straight to just number 7, Bosco to Izere. And he is off the mark without taking too long like he did in the previous over when it was Eric bowling. Orikide yesterday didn't manage to stay for too long. Maybe today he's showing intent of staying the way he's playing cautiously and attentively. Eric Dusingizman, the man with 80s on the strike, pulling that one, and it went just like a trace of a bullet, and it went straight. Just no fielder chasing it. All it does is to show us the game happening on the other ground. Imanzi Guardians taking on Imena Centurions. Just the alphabet could only stand that shot. Michael offering 6 runs so far. Eric Dusingizmana still on the strike. And here we goes, 4th delivery. Cutting that one powerfully, and it races all the way to the boundary again. Michael Radukunda, at the toss I've told you, he was telling me that today I will make sure that Eric will notice my presence. And I can see he is noticing it and paying it with boundaries. Now Michael will have to think otherwise because those lines are not working. Everyone thinking that Eric Singismana can't pull. And yesterday we have seen what he have done. Now 2 more legal deliveries. And very curious to know what's going to be the outcome. 5th delivery. Placing that one into the deep. Again, there is a fielder. And it will be a single as Orikide goes back to the strike.
Seems like Michael's plan on bowling short balls to Eric Dusinizmana is not working. And for sure, you've got to adjust. Good to know now what is next. Knowing that Eric cannot pull that, he can't pull at ease, but now with what he's doing, you could see he is enjoying. And this one is pulled powerfully and goes all the way. It goes all the way for a maximum. And Orchide joins the party. Look at that banked shot. And to Orchide to saying that's a big mistake because he will take you any day at any given time. At the end of 4 overs, the score reads 35 for 2. The projected score reading 175. And of course, the two batters, this is a partnership that can keep things going after losing Hamza Khan. Hamza Khan, who had done lots of damage yesterday. And again, Nyamimga Rukundo Patrick, he was sent in there to maximize the power play, but it didn't work out because he didn't manage to adjust and make sure that he scores runs, but again, not losing his wicket, but threw it away by just swinging hard outside edge, and Bosco did the catching in the dip. The captain, Eric Kugimana, comes back into the attack from the Mount End. And that splashed the pads and is racing away. And for sure, very well done there from Samuel Naishime. The team applauding for Samuel, who did a massive job, saving 2 runs for the team. And that brings Eric Dusinizman on strike. With now Eric bowling tight lines at the moment. How well can Eric tackle Eric? The Erics. The battle of the Erics. Hit hard straight to Bosco Tizere at mid-on, who does the fielding. And with that loud call, a loud no from Eric Dusinizimana. Very rare to see him being run out. It's very rare because you know that if he calls, his yes stays. Pulled away, finds the fielder, Chris Yusuf, and it is another dot ball. Eric Kugimana being tight, not allowing Eric Dusingizimana, to go for a pull, as in he is really enjoying. And that was cut away straight to Wilson at point, who does very well in that particular region. The catches he takes there, he is just alone in that league. And Wilson can do that any day. Fifth delivery coming. And that is well picked and well dispatched. It is another boundary. Eric Dusingizimana's name. And the score moves into the 40s now. Well picked. And Eric, with those quick hands of his, when he goes for a swing, when he connects, it stays connected. Last delivery of the 5th over. Pulled away straight to Chris Yusuf. And Eric, for sure, he's pulling nicely. The connection is there, but this time around it was straight to the fielder at mid wicket. And 5 overs down, 41 for 2. Theophil Naishime comes into the attack, hit hard, and that was a lovely shot. Again, Muhammad Nadil had to do the fielding. Very good effort. If it wasn't him, that was going to race away to the boundary. And that is one of the classics from Orchide. Swings hard, and inside edge finding Samuel Ndaishime. A short fine leg. Eric Dusingizman will want to do that all day long because he is trying to take Theo on with 3 more deliveries to come. I'm sure Eric will want to take the score into the 50s by the end of the power play. I'm sure he is going to try something here. He does, but this time around, Theo was very tight. It was a hit straight to him. Gets nothing. Is Eric. That is well hit, well connected, and down in the deep for a boundary. Goes down on one knee. Look at that. Sweeps that one and goes all the way to the boundary. 46 now with last delivery to complete the power play. Eric will love to see the score moving into the 50s. Theophil will have to close the over on a high. Again, the danger man on strike. And that should be a single to complete over number 6. And the power play 47 for 2 after 6. Those were the highlights of the power play. Hamza Khan starting off with boundaries, 2 boundaries in the first over, but ended up giving away his wicket. Nyamibga Lukundo Patrick started off with that boundary that came off the helmet. The very next ball gave it to Bosco Tuizere. Too short to be pulled. Eric Dusingizimana, that was cut away powerfully and raced all the way to the boundary. Orchidea again, that maximum to start his inning or to bring his innings alive. And Muhammad Nadil into the attack now. And Eric Dusingizimana starting off with that single from Nadil Muhammad's bowling. These wickets of these days not favoring spinners at all, as in even being hit hard down the ground. And that, oh my goodness, I was going to say that will race away to the boundary, but Michael in the dip with some football skills managed to stop that to save 2 runs for his team. That was well picked to allow Orchidea to get off strike. And the weather of nowadays, it is too hot here in Kigali. And of course, you can only expect the wickets as well. A healthy outside edge, it beats the keeper, beats the fielder in slips. And that was a chance, but that turned big time. And picks up a double is Eric Dusingizimana. Trying to go after bowlers here. Muhammad Nadil registering his first dot ball in his very first over. Last delivery coming. Hit hard, finding Bosco in the deep. Who does the fielding? Bosco had been very busy. In the cow corner region, third man region. Long on has been very busy trying to stop some runs for Ingenzi defenders. Both teams having registered their first win in the tournament. Actually, Ingabo Titans standing on top of the table with 2 wins so far. The Skyscrapers now, the biggest of the overs was over number 4 that went for 17 runs. In the first over, second over, that's when Ingabo Titans lost their 2 wickets. And now trying to see themselves coming back and bringing the innings back to life. Deep square leg in place, but the captain says thought they wanted to bring the square leg inside, but square leg stays. The cow corner long on in place as well as long off deep extra cover. And long on here will be very busy when Eric is facing. Now Eric is the two of them are trying to build the inning. Trying to be able to play together for long, as well as the strike rotation. Trying to go for a slog sweep. Finds Christian Benhirwe for just a single. That is hit through the offside region, the covers region, for just a single, making sure that at least if boundaries are not coming, let's try and rotate the strike. And Theo, this time around, doesn't have a mid wicket, but again, making sure that he doesn't give anything away to play in that particular region. Asking questions way outside of stump. Still the busiest man in the field of play today, Bosco Tuizere. Now being trusted to be deployed in the deep. And 8 overs down, 59 for 2. As the projected score now dropping to 148 now at the moment, with 12 more overs to come.
The busiest man being kept busy. It's Bosco Tuizere. Now Orikide on the strike and goes hard and big and it's huge and it's gone. It's gone all the way just for a maximum and he registers the second maximum on his name. A very good friend of Olikide not managing to keep it tight for him. Muhammad Nadil being welcomed with a single at the boundary. Now Didier Kugimana, the captain of national side, will have to step in, have to step into the equation and talk to Nadil and remind him some of the right spots to be targeting and tackling on. Ngabo Titans here, they will need to set some good score on the board. Otherwise, playing against players like Chris Namhoranye, who is there in the sleep, the sleeps under Didier Kugimana, the man with gloves. Wilson Itanga, Benirwe Christian, the man who have helped against defenders to chase 150. They have got Bosco. They have got the captain who have scored 60 runs in yesterday's game. That really shows how Ngabo Titans need to set a huge score on the board. Otherwise, it's going to be a different story for Ngabo Titans. Orikidetu Isenje trying to go for another big shot, but Nadir placing it into the corridors of uncertainty where Orikide can't play. Orikide have been struggling to play those deliveries which are coming straight to middle stump. And as I say it, Nadil Muhammad targeting the middle stump and targeting it with ease, and Orikide Tuisenge will have to go out. Look at that. Right on the money. The man who was starting to believe that it's going to happen, that he's going to make it 20 off 16. Now we have to go back to the dugout. Liberation Cup not being a good place for Orikide Tuisenge to be. The man needs to liberate himself, as the title of the cup says. And as Orikide Tuisenge departs, Oimana David joins in, finding Singismana Eric in there. Yesterday, Eric Singismana staying there from the very first delivery to the last delivery. And you can see what he is trying to do even in today's game, trying to stay, not only staying, but staying while contributing to the total that the team needs. Uimana David, the man who can stay without scoring. After missing that one, because it was a wide, Uimana David is off the mark, and Singismana Eric will have to swing and clear. And so far, David Uimana have been swinging and missing. Yes, it's the call and the run out chains, but it was a bit late. We've talked about it. Whenever Eric says yes, I'm sure it's always a proper yes. What a great pitch of delivery from Hamad Nadil as he ends his over number 2 of his spell, and 9 overs have been played, 69 runs after the loss of 3. Wimana David is still in there, yet to register a single run on his name. And Singismana Eric, who is cruising into 40s. Sheffield Ndaishimie coming back into the attack from the road end. The guy have been tightening the score for team Ngabo Titans. Deep square cow corner, long on, long off in place. Now what's the plan? The plan is the same, keeping it tight and asking questions. Is still on the Ishimie and Eric still yet to find answers to the questions that Theophil is bringing on the table. But the man have got high IQ, will always be finding answers right in time. After saying that he'll be finding answers, he's off the mark. 32 of 30 deliveries. Now it will be David Uwimana to put some runs, some marks on his own blend.
30 runs short from yesterday's inning. In 9 overs, they were already into the 3 figures. Driven powerfully, beautifully down the ground, finding Eric, the captain, in the dip. Again, David here will be very handy. Because again, Eric he's not trying so hard. This time round, goes hard and goes long enough to clear the boundary. Maximum on his name. And for sure, that was the hit cleanly. Slug sweep.
Benirgue Christian trying to prove to the captain that I have tried my best, I have jumped. It was a really convincing 6 from Eric Dusinjizmana, trying to go back again, but you feel coming back and coming back stronger. Just one more delivery to go.
Eric swings hard and gets nothing. They should be the end of the 10th over, halfway the innings. 77 for 3 is what the scoreboard is reading, with Eric Dusingizmana still going on 38 of 33 deliveries. And David Wiman here will have to give support big time. The bowling chart. Emile Lukidiza, Ingabo Titans captain, leading with 6 wickets. Timana Clever with 6. Zilhanga François with 4 wickets. Eric Hugimana, Blaise, Jean-Michel, Debero, 3 wickets apiece. And those economies, of course, these days the bowlers are swallowing. And you could find that at least spinners are the only ones who are trying to get the best of the economies. And the hydration break as we wait to keep going with the next 10 overs. A new bowler being introduced into the attack. Hakuzieremye Theonest, the leg spinner. David Wimana on strike. And David looking very okay at the moment. Might have had a chat, of course, from the coaches, the partner Eric Dusingizimana, that they need to just keep things going. Need to just at least build something, and time will come where they will start to play their game. But this time round, up in the air, Didier underneath, and it takes that one comfortably. Didier does not drop those ones. Eric Dusingizimana perishes, trying to go after Kuziaremye Theonest, trying to play against the turn, accessing the lakeside region. Look at that. That is what a leg spinner will want you to try. Play against the turn, and that is what happens. 78 for 4 after 10.3 overs. The captain himself walks in, joining David Wimana, both new batters. And that's what you would want to see as a bowler or as a fielding team, seeing new batters in the crease. Emile just coming in. Theonest getting a breakthrough and picking up a big wicket of Eric Dusingizimana. And this turning out to be a very decent over. 1 run so far conceded. And Emile takes no time to get off the mark with just a single, and to bring David on strike. Locks in. Dot ball it will be. What a way to finish the over, and what an over. 2 runs off it. 79 for 4 after 11. Ngabo Titans dugout. And like they say that not every day is Christmas. Yesterday it was, but today you've got to adjust, because the game itself will tell you that things are not working at the moment. You've got to adjust. So the adjustment now, Eric had pushed, and now it's up for these two guys to keep the game going. Emile just gets a single from that, and David comes on strike. What is David going to try? David will just be very okay with that, because they might be trying to push at least into the 15th over to see themselves building something, because here they've got to take the game on. Emile hits that one hard, finding Wilson in the deep, who does the fielding beautifully done. Three singles, 3 in a row. And of course, Emile will not hesitate to go after a loose ball. The ball that lands in his corridor, he will not hesitate at all. And Theo bowling his last over. 22 is what he conceded so far, with 2 more deliveries to come. David swings hard, but gets nothing. David trying to go after Theo, but Theo being very tight. Last delivery. Dot ball, it will be. What a way to end the spell. Very, very good spell of 4 overs, conceding 22 runs, wicketless, but very, very good lines, good lengths. The boundaries he conceded, it was the batter's effort to look for those boundaries. 82 for 4 after 12 overs.
Hakuziyaremye Tionest being a very good asset for Ingenzi defenders. But Emil will not stay there for too long without getting those maximums. I'm telling you, just facing one door delivery, and the second one goes straight and straight up on the mount. Look at that, going down on one knee and sending that one up to the mount. The camera operator at mid wicket will be the one in danger zone when it comes to Emir Chiriza. Emir trying to go for another big swing, and Hakuziyaremye Tionest saying that you eat in and I eat too. We have to share. This is Kigali, and in Kigali we share. You pick a maximum and I will pick a wicket. Well balanced equation as the captain of Ingabo Titans goes back to the dugout. Now who is coming? Is it going to be Martin Akayezu? Look at that. Straighter and much better line. It's all about placing those deliveries in the corridors where players can't be able to play. A player like Emil Kiriza, whenever he can reach his front leg, I'm telling you, he can dispatch those deliveries all day long. And without taking too long, they do have commander Joshua Nyonguru, but they have decided to bring Martin Akayezu in front foot. Now Martin Akayezu, what he does is very, very known. Not the player who can block a lot of deliveries. This really shows what the coach, I can't say the coach, but this shows the plan of Ingabo Titans, allowing Martin to come at this stage of the game. Yeah, they do have 7.3 overs to be played, but they have decided to deploy Martin in. It simply shows that they do need quick 40 so that they can cross this line of triple digits. And Martin Akayezu comes finding Hakuziyaremye Tionest in the right pattern of coming back, starting off with a dot, proceeding with a maximum, and now coming back with a wicket. What's going to be the outcome? Here he goes. Loud appeal, loud appeal, loud appeal, but umpire shows no interest. Sealy standing there wondering what's going to be the outcomes in these 2 deliveries left to be played. Tionest tying his shoelaces. Martin flicking that one into the leg side, and Bosco Tuizere will always be there for Team Ingenzi defenders, backing up the captain. And last delivery as Martin Akayezu, after facing 2 deliveries, he is off the mark. David Wiman on the strike. and no will be the call. What a way for Akuzere Meteonest to end the second over, just offering nothing apart from that maximum and that wicket of Captain Emi Rukiriza. And as over number 13 comes to an end, 89 runs on the board after the loss of 5. Now the thing will be who is going to stand up for Team Ingabo between these two, Wimana Davidi and Kais Martin, because these two can swing the bat high, can clear anything. So if this partnership cannot generate at least more 50 runs, who's going to be the player? Who's going to be the person? What is going to be the right partnership to do that? Much better line, loud appeal, but Olivier umpire, the standing umpire, shows no interest at all. And David Wimana was already halfway there, but after such illusion, can't tell me that Martin was ready to go all the way. Jersey number 5, appealing, showing intention of being convinced, and all these bowlers are doing is just to try to catch the umpire sleeping. Martin giving himself a room and hitting that one straight on the ground all the way straight to Bosco, and he make it in time and he will pick up a double. I was saying this is the partnership which is going to save the day for Ingabo Titans, because these two, Martin can give you quick 40, quick 30. So if he can't do it today, it's now or never. And Muhammad Nadil into the attack to deliver the third delivery of this over. Martin Akaya is saying that I'm not ready. Martin swinging his bat higher, showing that he wants to clear everything coming on his way. Here we goes, third delivery of this over. Martin playing that one down the ground, and the fielder at point, Chris Namhora and Yusuf, not being quick enough. Now these two being frustrated, trying to get those runs, but runs denying to come in their favor. Loud appeal, same result. Umpire shows no interest. Two more legal deliveries, and Wimana David still to register tens, cutting that one all the way. There is Bosco in the deep, the man who have been doing a very great job. Loud appeal, and it will be outer. And if he was watching it, if he was watching these two crossing, David Uwimana was on the right track, and unfortunately he slipped when he was halfway there, and Bosco will not be a very good friend. Look at that. Bosco will not be a very good friend, same as Didier. They will grab any single opportunity coming in their way, and Uyman and David will have to go back to the dugout. Much needed breakthrough is now found by Indians defenders. The team is called Indians defenders, but the way they do like to chase, my goodness, seems like they will be called Indians chasers, because otherwise they are going in a separate way from what their name says.
But again, they're here to defend their throne. They're here to defend their trophy. They were the champions previously in the same tournament. So obviously They've got a lot at stake. And when David slipped right there, Martin was like, shit, we are done. And Nyanguru Kamana Joshua comes in to join Martin Akaezu. Still, the two of them have the abilities of hitting the ball hard. They can hit it hard, they can run hard, they can graft, they can play around themselves. So it's just a matter of trying to build, trying to get some runs. Martin Akaezu will be the one on strike. Theonesta Kuziademia Muhammad Nadil haunting the batting department of Ingabo Titans. Theonest coming in as he will be bowling his third over. Martin trying to take him on, but hits that one straight to long on to the busiest man, Tuizere Jean Bosco. And immediately Joshua Kamana coming on strike, dropping cow corner. Deep mid wicket, as well as long on, long off. Deep extra cover in place. And Joshua hits this ball cleanly. Not sure if this is the right moment, but he will have to be smart about the way he goes about his inning. And that one came back in sharply and through the gate. Lucky enough, it didn't go straight to the stumps. Goes up 1-2 bounces, finding Michael in the dip at a long one for just a single. Martin Akaezu will be trying here. That was punched hard down the ground. Theophil in the dip, who does the fielding. And so interesting to see how players keep improving on a daily basis. Theophil and Aishimie, some days back, the throws looking very sharp and accurate. The pickups in the deep. That is hit hard and hit long enough to clear the boundary. Joshua Kamana strikes, and the dugout clapping for Joshua. A long waited boundary. Such a beautiful looking shot. Goes over, and Michael can watch it sail over his head for a maximum. Much needed boundary, because after that, Joshua gets the team into the three figures, 102. But the wickets column now tells a different story. And a last delivery to complete over number 15, Joshua on strike. Hits that one to find Bosco in the deep for just a single. 15 overs down, 103 for 6. Michael Iradukunda into the attack. Joshua on strike. Punches that, finding Wilson at point. And Joshua gets nothing. Now into the last 30 balls, into the last 5 overs. What will be the approach? How will the two guys approach the last 5 overs? And glances that one, races all the way. And Theonest Hakuziademye making sure that he saves 2 runs for his team. Michael to bowl the third delivery. Too short and pulled away. The ball is racing away. Bosco Tuizere in the dip again. Does the fielding and again saves 2 more runs for his team. Sprinting all the way from deep square leg into the cow corner region to save 2 runs for his team. Of course, Joshua Kamana trying to hit the longest boundary. Bosco covering everywhere, the busiest man. Cuts that one powerfully. Theophil in the dip. Very good backing up there. And saves 2 runs. Chris in the covers, not being able to collect that right on time. 2 runs picked up. Martin goes up. Was that going to be a beautiful looking catch? Yesterday, two beautiful catches were taken. Martin Akayezu as well as Didier Ndikubgimana. And that was hit, but hit on the head. Physio will be very busy today jogging in and out for the concussion test.
Kuziyaremye Theonest back into the attack. The young lad have been very great asset, as we've been saying it, for Team Ingabo Titans. Not only for Ingabo, but even for under 19. And Martin will go all the way just for a single, and it's a misfield. It's a boundary. The man who have been doing a very quite tough job for Ingenzi defenders this time around. They caught him sleeping, and it is a boundary straight to RCA board. Martin Akai is moving from the stumps, moving from the crease, like there is something going on up there, up in the middle. And it's a dead ball. 113 after the loss of 6. And we are already in over number 16. Martin Akayes goes up for a biggie, and it's big enough to go all the way into the banana plantations. Martin Akayes going from the crease was really, really up to something. Look at that. Well swung, and it was really connected right from the middle of the blade straight to the mountain. Hakuziyaremye Theonest, 10 of 2 deliveries. Starting off with that boundary because of the because of the sloppy fielding from Theophile, proceeding with a maximum. And Martin will not stop. He goes for another big shot. Back-to-back maximums. It's Martin Akayes for you. I've said it. The partnership of Akayes Martin and David Oiman was the real partnership for Ingabo Titans to set such huge score as the team which have set 197 yesterday. They really needed to step into 200. That's what the captain have said at the toss. And after losing those wickets in a quick succession, the team have changed the plan, saying that Martin and Emil will have to come up front. And unfortunately, Emil didn't manage to go for many runs, but Martin Akayes being trusted enough by the captain again to come in, and without taking too long, he have got 20 runs from 4 deliveries. That shows you the quality of a player that Martin Akayezu is. Since 2019, the man representing his country in South Africa. Till now, the guy is still doing it for the country, and he goes down on one knee just for a sweep. Trying to come back is Joshua Kamana, but Martin saying, stop right there. We still have 3 overs to be played, so there is no need of gifting my wicket to Akuziademi Teonest. Very, very healthy over for Team Ingabo and an expensive one for Team Ingenzi. Kamana goes for a biggie up in there. Is it going to be a maximum? Yes, it will be. What an expensive over for Ingenzi defenders. 27 runs from this one, and Hakuza nearly to put up a half century, not batting but bowling. Not so many times we get to see these moments. A bowler cruising into 50s. While an over for Team Ingabo Titans. Nyonguru Kamana Joshua saying that, Martin, we've been training together. If you can hit those great 2 sixes, I can also go for another one. Muhammad Nadil, he was there trying to talk to Akuza after Martin have hit that maximum. Nadil Muhammad come close to Akuza. He was telling him maybe change the lines, change the length. Now, as the captain have seen what Muhammad Nadil was trying, he was like, now let me give you the ball so that you can come and do it. Now it's all up to Muhammad Nadil to see if he can do what he was saying. Much better. That shows you the experience and the quality of Muhammad Nadil trying to communicate to Hakuza that this is what I was trying to talk to you, trying to say. Martin tries a reverse and he got it right, and it ran all the way to the boundary. But Bosco Twizere doing a very great job for Team Ingenzi defenders, and he saved 2 runs for his side. Now it's all up to Martin to maximize this over as he did to previous one, which went for 27. Now Muhammad Nadil into the attack to deliver 4 other deliveries. What's going to be the outcome, Adele?
Using his feet, and Martin Akai is trying to tease Muhammad Nadil. Muhammad Nadil had to get back. Beautifully bowled, and an inside 8. Martin Akayezu will be happy to face, because Muhammad Nadil again is looking very tight, making sure that he gives nothing away, not allowing Martin to free his arms. A chat between Nadil, Martin, and the umpire, Olivier. And now it's time to see who gets the last laugh, Martin and Muhammad Nadil. 3 deliveries left. And now into the 140. 140s now. Plays that one willingly. Places that in the third man region for just a single to get Kamana Joshua on strike. Martin Nadil having a word at each other. The two of them very aggressive all round. Field changes now. Muhammad Nadil strikes, and it is Nyanguru Kamana Joshua advances down the wicket, and Muhammad Nadil saw that coming, pushes that one, pace on, misses, and Didier does the rest. Stamping, beautifully done behind the stumps. Didier doing what he does best. And another one perishes, 141 for 7 after 17.5 overs. 19 runs, it is what Joshua managed with 2 maximums. 158 is the strike rate. As now Bimenyimana Iva Vincent Depot joining Akayezu Martin. Still two of them harrowing. I sometimes call this mind game. Last delivery coming. And dot ball to end his spell of 4 overs. Conceded 26 runs, picked up 2 wickets. And that was Muhammad Nadil. 141 for 7 after 18 overs. 2 more overs to come. 12 balls left. How many runs can they manage in those 12 balls? Kais Martin, very set, 33 off 17. Will have to make sure that he gets the strike often.
And the captain, after being very, very expensive for Team Ingabo to afford, comes back into the attack, finding Martin Akayezu on the strike. Martin Akayezu playing that one without taking too long, and it goes all the way to the boundary. The fielder in the deep was not aware that the captain is bowling, and they will have to wake him up. Look at that. Playing that one fuller, and Martin had to send it straight to the net. Martin trying to go across, but Eric, along with Didier Ndikugimana, the wicket keeper, keeping it tight for Martin. Just 13 runs. That's 37 off 19 is Martin Akayezu. Trying to go for a pull shot, and now Martin is frustrated. Look at the stance. Trying to come back, trying to ask the umpire how many deliveries left. 145 runs on the board after the loss of 7. Players from Indians defenders have said that if at least you can manage to restrict this team below 150 or at 150, it will be a very good score for us to chase. And I can see that in Gabo they are going to go above. Right after saying it, Martin goes for a cut shot, but finding Teofil Ndaishimie in the deep. Teofil doing a very great job saving 3 runs for Indians defenders. Eric offering nothing but hard times to Ingabo Titans. Now Menyimana Iva comes back into the attack, yet to register a single run on his brand. Some sort of changes. Eric charging in. Iva Menyimana being very, very wise, trying to survive. But yes, you can survive. But what's going to happen if you keep surviving, not contributing to the total score that your team is looking for to set? The man who have scored 60 yesterday, the captain, and the funny fact is he is just a bowler, not a bowler who can bat. But yesterday seems like he knew that the selectors were here because he was dropped back to that tour, Botswana. Iva going for a very well placement and finding Wilson there, young up till, and that marks the end of over number 19. Last over of the innings, just few moments away to know who is going to come and deliver the last over. Can it be Michael Iradukunda? And if it's Michael Iradukunda versus Martin Akayezu, what do you expect to be the total score of this innings, Adele?
So far, Martin being there and being set 39 of 21, and again being having sent Bimenyimana Iva back so that he can he can face the last over. That simply means a lot, as in they are looking at cruising into the 160s and 14 more runs away from 160 mark, and hopefully they get there. When you have got a player like Martin, everything is very, very possible. And how he starts the over is Martin will set the tone. Jean-Michel Iradukunda coming in at this particular stage of the game needs to bring out the best bowling. Can you nail those Yorkers? Can you bowl those slow balls? Being a bowler and being able to bowl at the death That gives you a hint on what Martin and hits hard up in the air. This is an opportunity. Chris underneath, and he will take that comfortably. Michael Iradukunda gets the last laugh. He banged it short. Banged it short, and Martin hit that one in the air, high up in the sky. Gave it enough elevation, but didn't clear the boundary. Michael gets another wicket. Now 146 for 8. Now into the last 5 balls. Not sure if the 160 mark will turn out to be that exactly. Michael Iradukunda still banging that one short. And that went straight on to his body. That is Rindiro Romeo Blaze. Gets just a leg by from that, adding to the total 147 now. 4 more deliveries. They will just settle for a single. Very good throws from the deep. Muhammad Adil shot number 5. 3 more deliveries to come. Rindiro Romeo Blaze. Can you sneak in a boundary? We can only wait and see. A raw pace from Michel. A dot ball it will be. Can they restrict Ingabo Titans below 150? And from there, you would have achieved what you wanted from the start. 2 more deliveries. Michael getting surprised. He did know that the umpire had indicated wides, but it came from the strikers and umpire Thierry Manirafasha. A single, and that brings up a 150 mark for Ingabo Titans. 150 is up for 8 and into the last over and the last ball of the inning. How well can Michael close off the inning? Michael was in doubt if there are 5 outside the inner ring. They had been penalized. Beautifully played down in the deep, finding Muhammad Adil. It should be a run-out opportunity, and that is taken. Beautifully done. And 151 for 9 is what Ingabo Titans had managed to put up on board. Beautifully done. Not even in the frame is Bimenyimana Eva Vincent de Paul. Ingenzi defenders will need 152 runs to win from their 20 overs, as the batting scorecard comes on your screens. Hamza Khan 10 off 6, Eric Dusingizmana 38 off 35 with 4 boundaries and 1 maximum. Orchidea 20 off 17 with only 2 maximums, and Akaizu Martin 38 off 22, 3 boundaries and 2 maximums. 172 was the strike rate. Joshua supporting with 19 off 12 with 2 maximums. 158 is the strike rate. Number of 10 extras have been bowled by Ingenzi defenders, and now they will be coming in with the bat chasing 152 for them to go home with a win, and that will be their second win if they manage to cross the line. And again, of course, the bowling scorecard. With the partnerships again, the biggest 51 of 43 of Orchidea and Eric Dusingizimana. Joshua and Martin as well, 48 of 24. That was the biggest, with a strike rate of 200. That was massive. With Michel, Muhammad Nadil, and Hakuzere Methionest 2 wickets apiece. Eric Kubgimana picking up just 1 wicket. And the economy of 4.75, which is very, very massive. Theophil Ndaishime as well with an economy of 5.5. And 152 is what Ingenzi defenders will be needing to win from their 20 overs.
Much better playing that one. We are right back for the run chase as we are witnessing a very great encounter, very great contest between Ingabo Titans and Indian defenders. Ingabo Titans, they have won the toss, joining the surface by batting first, by choosing to have bat first, and they have set 151 just after the loss of 9 in 20 overs. And Indian defenders will now need 152 runs to take this victory away from Ingabo Titans. And here we go. The first delivery is released. It's Martin Akayes for you, the man who have been very, very a threat, have been a very big threat to Indian defenders while holding the bat. And this time around, he's coming back into the attack with the golden hand. 152 runs required from 119 deliveries. Didn't Kubgiman yesterday, he just got, he scored one boundary and went out. Today he must be looking for a lot of things. Didn't Kubgiman trying to go in the same area, like he did yesterday, but it's a different bowler at the lay. Yesterday it was Inyas, and today it's Martin Akaezu, the man who is aggressive with the ball and with the bat at the same time. Now Didier will have to let this strike to. I mean, it's not about letting it go, but what I want to say is striking. If those big shots are not coming, you can just prefer to do strike rotation. Didier going for a scoop, but missing it altogether. And then I was talking about strike rotation, not trying to dominate power play just by those boundaries. If boundaries are not coming, the next thing is if you keep trying those boundaries and those boundaries are not coming, the next thing coming will be wicket. And if Indians defenders loses early wickets, it will be down for them. It will be Ingabo Titans all day long.
And for sure, Didier is looking for a good start for himself and the team as well. But he's trying so hard. He's trying so hard to get those boundaries in earlier on. It's good, but again, you've got to know who's bowling. You've got to know who are you trying to take on. Didier, when he starts on a high with a boundary, that's why he always tries to go for biggies earlier on in the actually on the very first ball. Goes up in the air. This should be a chance. Hamza Khan takes it comfortably. And Hamza Khan, shot number 2, will be happy for that. Genzi defenders losing their first. And it is the big wicket of Didier Ndikubgimana. Trying to go over the infield, but hits that one in the air. Martin had hit the deck hard, gave the ball enough bounce, and Didier trying to go over the infield end up giving that one to Hamza Khan into the covers. Wilson Itanga coming in at number 3. Yesterday came in finding Chris Yusuf Namhoranye, and it was chaos. It was chaos when Wilson got dismissed of a run out. Chris just came. He just took off without communicating, finding Wilson Itangas just standing just there. And Wilson was seeing himself getting off the pitch, hoping the same mistake won't happen today. 1 down. The scoreboard reads not in terms of runs. 1 wicket down and last delivery. How well can he close off the over? Is Martin Akaezu. Wilson Itanga will be on strike. Up and running. And what a way to start the inning with a maiden wicket and a very, very good over. This is still 152 runs needed from 114 balls.
Namhoranye Chris Yusuf right on the strike to face the first delivery of Nzabarinda Chancelier. Everyone calling upon Chancelier like they are expecting him to do something, as Chris Namhora and Yusuf have been a very big threat in club cricket, even in this Elite Liberation Cup. Now let us see what happens. First delivery, he tries to swing his bat high, trying to go for a boundary, and unfortunately he played that one without enough connection, and he played it straight to the fielder, and it will be a single. Now Wilson Itanga is on the strike. (151 runs required from 113 deliveries. Wilson Itanga trying to go for a drive, but missing everything completely. Men's Elite Liberation Cup not being everyone's cup of tea, as Wilson Itanga have faced 3 deliveries and still struggling to go off the mark. Namoranye Chris Yusuf, without taking too long, after facing 1 delivery, he's off the mark just with 1 run on his own brand. Much better Nzabarinda Chancelier being wise enough to realize that Wilson Itanga is not watching everything coming straight on the stumps, and without taking too long, he delivered a very, very great pitch of delivery. The ball was swinging in straight to off stump. Wilson Itanga tragedy and struggles continues, as I've said it. This Men's Elite Liberation Cup not being his cup of tea after facing 4 deliveries. Still went out without contributing anything for his team. The captain trying to talk to Boboji, to Jean Bosco. The man who can chase now is coming in.
Bosco Tuyizere on your screens will be the one to keep the inning alive for Ingenzi defenders. Bosco Tuyizere being very busy this morning in the field of play when Ingenzi defenders were fielding. Will be expected now to get busy in terms of now getting runs for the team. He is very aggressive and at some times very defensive depending on the situation he's in. Right now, going forward, he should be able now to build from here. Yes, still in the power play, but he's that someone who thinks and decide on what to do. Beautifully bowled. The ball is getting back into the batter. and very lucky enough to hear what the fielding team is talking about. Whenever Chancelier is coming into ball, they are always like, ball that one that comes back into the batter. And exactly that what he bowled to Wilson Itanga. It was into the block hole. Such a decent over. 1 run from this, and it will be 1 run on board. After losing 2 wickets, the wickets column looking very bigger and way bigger than the runs on board. 2 overs down, and no doubt Martin Akayezu will be back into the attack from the Mount End. Now Chris Yusuf yet to face a delivery from Martin Akayezu. And at times, from how, you get to know the players, you get to know how a certain player plays, which approach. And Chris Yusuf's approach will be the quicker you come, the quicker you go. But again, not sure who wins the race, not sure who wins the battle. Because Chris Yusuf will be ready to take Martin on. Square leg in place, as well as a third man. Chris Yusuf, that hits him. The body line, and Yusuf not being able to connect, to make contact of that delivery. Dot ball it will be. Martin Akayezu being very, very tight, raw pace. That is pace for sure. And the beauty of Martin Akayezu, he varies pace. From the run-up, you can never notice that. Pace on. Another dot ball. Chris swinging hard. Not getting behind the ball. Trying to go through the line, but Martin Akayezu with that bounce is giving the ball, is allowing him to just ball it through and into the hands of the keeper. Still same ball, same results. Chris Yusuf just throwing the arms, not having an idea of where the ball is. 3 dot balls in a row. Can Martin Akayezu be the one to bowl 2 consecutive maiden overs? 3 more deliveries to come. And Enoch, you just talked about it, that boundaries are not coming, but what do you do? How do you adjust? That is the question to ask, and let's find out. Beautifully played for just a single, and should have done that way earlier. Not trying to overhit the ball, but get behind it, place the ball wherever you want. That didn't carry really. Martin Akaezu making sure that he gives nothing away with one more delivery to come. 1 run conceded. Beautiful looking over. Not yet completed. Last ball. This should be Bosco Tizere trying to go for the second, but the throw wasn't accurate enough to get into the keeper's hands to attempt a run out. Chancelier messing up on that one. And 3 overs done, 4 runs on board after losing 2 wickets. Chancelier dropping long on as well as a deep square leg. Balled him! And Chancelier gets another. Chancelier Nzabarinda gets another wicket. And a big one of Chris Yusuf. Look at that particular delivery. Swinging back into the batter and through the gate. Chris Yusuf makes his way back into the dugout for just 2 runs. He's what he managed, and Chancelier gets 2. And beautifully done by Chancelier, making sure that he offers nothing outside leg stump and offering anything into the timbers. And that will see Christian Benhirwe coming into the crease. Christian inside together with Twizere Jean Bosco, who is still on 2. The run rate required is already on 8.7. The current is just 1. Christian Benhirwe, this will be the partnership to keep things going. Beautifully done, Chancelier. Knowing the assignment, making sure that he keeps asking questions, and Christian as well will be very cautious going forward. After losing 3 wickets inside 4 overs, that gives you a hint, that gives you an idea of how to go about the innings. Being a big hitter of the cricket ball, again, you've got to be smart on how you go about it. Third delivery, beautiful. Same ball, same results. Another dot ball. Christian Benhirwe, not someone who likes to face lots of dot balls. He rather face dot balls when he is trying something. Is he going to try? Let's wait and see, because Chancelier is making sure that he keeps asking questions to the stumps. Hits that one down the ground for just a single to get Bosco on strike.
Bosco on the strike, driving that one and driving it back straight to mid off. Team Indians defenders moving just by 1 run per over, and they are supposed to be moving by 8 for them to win this game. They will be coming back for the second one, and David Uwimana, due to that throw, he couldn't manage to get that run out. $145 required. Now the required run rate is climbing up, and 4 overs have been played. Within 4 overs, Ingabo Titans have managed to pick 3 wickets, and offering nothing much apart from those 7 runs. And each and everyone have been trying to get boundary and the boundary after dot delivery. He ends up giving a wicket. Now Benedict Christian, as Adele have said, he's this player who likes to strike the ball. Now let us see what's going to be the strategy. Is it strike rotation or trying for biggies into the hands of Orikide at point? But Orikide is saying the man be thinking about the lunch and he couldn't manage to stop that delivery. It was a piece of catch, a sitter, but we are cruising to 12. Already 12. The guy be thinking about the lunch provided by Wakanda restaurant. He can't catch that one. But hopefully in the afternoon after having his lunch, he will be doing a lot of athleticism in the middle. Martin Akayes to continue. Same batter. What a pitch of delivery. Bouncing it short. And it goes all the way to the boundary. Now, Benedict Christian being wise enough knowing that any single touch could be resulting into something harmful to his side, and he decided to leave that delivery and leave it for the rope. With that boundary, the current run rate moves down from 9 to 8. The current run rate moves from 1 to 3 runs. Now Martin Akai is trying a lot of things, keeping the delivery into the body. Benedict Christian, it was actually a good line, but he kept it short. So you just want to get somewhat close. Much better. That's the line. Same line but different length, and it's a dot delivery. Now Benedict Christian is playing a different style from the one I've been playing through the season. Not trying to go hard on himself because I've seen what was the result to those who have tried to do a lot of things. That delivery, staying down, and Benedict Christian trying to go all the way, but he was up, not managing to stay down. And it's all about how Martin is going to close this over as Wenirge Christian is standing there on the crease thinking about how he can win this game for his side. Yesterday have done a very, very crucial role, and now he is asked to do the same role, and as he have been asked to do, he's doing it by placing those deliveries and his shots into the right areas where there is no protector. Look at that gap, it was huge and visible, and when he without single station, he decided to go for it, and he got it for sure. 135 runs required and 17 runs on the board. The board is not looking good. The board is calling for someone. I mean, the scoreboard is looking for someone, calling for someone to come and add something on it. Yokered him, but Wenirge Christian is not there to watch. Ball coming and passing straight to the stumps. That's the end of over number 5. 17 runs after the loss of 3. A lot can happen in remaining 15 overs. 135 runs required from 90 deliveries. The highest peak of the day so far is the peak of over number 17. It was Hakuziyaremye Theoneste bowling to Kamana Joshua and Martin Akaez. Martin have got 2 sixes in it and 1 boundary, proceeding with a single, allowing Kamana Joshua to come and stretch his arms, and Kamana Joshua too got a maximum. And if you are joining us now, it's RCA Men's Elite Revelation Cup. It's the second day of the series. It's a full toss, and it's driven into the hands of Inyamibwa Rukundo Patrick. The man still be thinking about the first innings. He went out without contributing anything. And all I can say is, Patrick, you have to move on. It happened. You still got another game to play in the afternoon. You can't get stuck.
Nyamibwa Rukundo Patrick. I remember well back in 2016 when he was coming up in the system, playing for the under 19. And inside edge, finding Hamza Khan, short fine leg, short ball it will be. Chancellor being tight. Again, looking at who is batting, you should be able to land the ball in the right areas. Nyamibwa Rukundo Patrick would have been a very, very good top order batter for Rwanda if he had continued playing. Beautifully pace off. If he would have continued playing, he would have been a different player as of now. But again, such is life. You've got to be engaged in different activities. You've got to go out there and see what the world can offer. Wide ball that will be trying to hit the wide Yorker. But that wide line, but end up giving away a freebie. Christian Benhirwe on strike. Goes up in the air. This should be a chance. And Joshua Kamana doesn't hesitate. And will take that one. Beautifully done. Pace of delivery. Christian Benhirwe wanted to take that one on. Pace off. Hits that one. Meets the ball. But the connection wasn't enough to give it enough elevation to clear the boundary. And another one bites the dust. It is Christian Benhirwe who departs. Just 7 runs on his name with 1 boundary. Zawarinda Chancelier gets another, gets his third after conceding only 6 runs in his 2.4 overs, picking up 3 wickets. A big over and a beautiful spell here from Chancelier and Zawarinda. Again, into the last over of the power play, the score reads 19 for 4. Not good enough, but Bosco Tuizere is left hanging and he will be needing someone to support. Will that be Theonest Akuziarimie? We can only wait and find out. Akuziarimie Theonest coming in as the run rate required jumps to 9.28 with the current at 3.3. 2 more balls, 2 more deliveries to complete over number 3 of Chancelier and over number 6. Chancelier to bowl his 5th delivery of the over. 133 more needed from 86 balls. Forgetting that he's bowling to a left-hander. A right-hander, that would have been a good delivery. This time round, Theonest Hakuziaremi. And again, him being able to bowl the in-swingers to Theonest, it will be now going away from the batter. And again, that is a positive. That is beautiful. Because again, left-handers will not love anything going away from them. This time around, full toss, and it is dispatched away into the boundary. It was just use of the pace, the timing. Look at that. It's just a tap, and the outfield does the rest. Boundary, and what a way to get off the mark by Hakuziarim Theonest, with Chancelier now trying to close off the over. How is he going to do that? Coming over the wicket. Last delivery. And beautifully done, beautifully played, and shy at the stumps by Nyamibga Rukundo Patrick, and misses out and misses everything. Orchide does the backing up job, and it was well done. After the power play, the score reads 25 for 4.
Hundred and 27 runs required from 8 deliveries. It's a lot to be expected. And Menyimana Iva, young brother of Menyimana Zapi, comes into the attack. Benimana Eva starting off in good style. "26 runs on the board after the loss of 4. Power play gone. I've seen teams here winning power plays before everything, and in Gen Z defenders not dominating in the power play. Now they will need to be very, very productive in consolidation phase as they are moving by 4 runs per over.
Bimenyimana Ivan Vincent de Paul bowling to his childhood friend Akuziani Methionest. Driven powerfully, and Joshua Kamana in the deep does the fielding. 1 run, and so far the two batters in there, are they really able to get boundaries at ease? That is the question, because for as long as you can rotate the strike, but still you need boundaries. You need boundaries, and Bosco Tuizere can get 1 or 2, and for sure he gets 1. And this time around, it is not just a boundary, but a maximum. Beautiful looking shot over the bowler's head. And Edindiro Romeo Blaze can only watch that sail over his head for 6. And this is what I was crying out for, boundaries. How well can the two squeeze in some boundaries to keep the game alive? Beautifully done. After the boundary, he gets a single to go on the other side. Try and be the one facing 35 for 4 after 7 overs. 117 more runs needed from 78 balls. Now trying to up the run rate. It was at 3 and now on 5. Indira Romeo Blaze comes into the attack now from the road end. And Tuizere Jean Bosco still holding himself back. But it's not just about holding himself back, but trying to bring the inning back to life. Up in the air and over the keeper's head. This time around, they'll just settle for a double. Bosco Tizere would have wanted that to go right there as he's pointing. Again, still playing against the turn. That comes along when you try to go after the bowler himself. When you try to take the risk, that comes along. So you've got to be ready for whatever that comes your way. Cleans him over is Romeo Blaise Rindiro. And Bosco Tuizere was trying to go over. A big swing, but the swing gets nothing. Instead, the ball finds the timbers. Look at that, going across the line. But the connection, the contact wasn't there to allow Bosco Tuizere to keep himself inside and perishes for only 15 with one maximum. And Dindira Romeo Blaze gets the last laugh. Another wicket is gone. 37 for 5 after 7.4 overs. And yesterday's hope for Ingenzi defenders now comes in. The game yesterday, the captain gave the team hope that they can put something on board. As he scored, he scored 60, a much needed one. And this time around, can he do the same? Can he maintain? Starts off with that, is racing away, and it is going to be a boundary. What a way to get off the mark by the captain himself, Eric Kubgimana. Being aware, the awareness of knowing where the gap was, taps on that one willingly and allows himself to get off the mark with a boundary. Last delivery to complete over number 8. Dindiro. And this will be a dot ball to close off over number 8. 41 for 5.
Captain of Ingabo Titans comes into the attack. Kakusa playing that one and surpasses the gloves of the wicketkeeper, and it races all the way. And Eric, the captain of Ingenzi defenders, will come back for the third one. Just number 14, Eric Dusingisimana. thinking that these guys are settling just for a double, but the captain of the other side, knowing the contribution and the influence that every single run will be bringing on the table. It was a quick delivery, and Amza doing a lot of things, and from that they will pick up a double. All I can see from Indian defenders is they are alert and awake. Every single mistake done by fielders, they will take an advantage from it. Quick delivery, and it will only be stopped by the wicket keeper as there is no mid wicket in the place. 105 runs required from 69 deliveries. Going down on one knee, going for the same shot previously, he caught the wicketkeeper sleeping, and this time it was nearly to be caught. Going on the back foot, the captain on the other end, I don't know what he was doing. He was saying, wait on, wait on. The guy thought that was straight to the fielder, but Hakuza, Kujari to be honest, have already spotted the gap. Last delivery of this over. And it will be a dot. 48 runs after the loss of 5, just in 9 overs. A lot can happen just in 11 overs to be played, but with this tight bowling of Ingabo Titans, that's the coach for you, Landry Rangwa for Ingency defenders. The man how to think for an escape plan. Because if they keep moving by 5 runs, I'm telling you, they're not going to get there. But the great thing about these two is the way they are rotating. They'll be getting those singles and those doubles, and the moment a loose delivery comes in, they will get a boundary, and that's where the game will be lying. It was a full delivery. Kuziyaremye showing no intention of going for a biggie, just trying to spot the gap so that he can rotate for a single, allowing the momentum to continue. Trying to get enough space to go for a cut shot. But in Robles Romeo, not being cheap to be afforded by every single player in this Elite Liberation Cup. And this time around, Akuzeremi Tones gets the connection and goes straight to Martin, trying to see if Martin Akayesu is still awake. Eric moving with enough power to go off the mark just with that single. Loud appeal. Umpire shows no interest, and the striker will just go all the way to the other end with that single. End of over number 10, and we are already halfway there. 51 runs after the loss of 5 is what the scoreboard reads.
Emile, the captain, comes back to bowl his second. And the two looks to be very comfortable with the strike rotation. And now 100 runs more needed from 59 balls. Very doable. And it will just require a cameo of an inning from one of the batters, whether the two of them inside or any other batter. Driven through the covers, Martin Akayezu in the deep. You can't just run when Martin has the ball in hand. And this is beautiful, just not allowing one end to score some runs, but the two of them are trying to score some runs. The strike rotation is being done beautifully.
Driven, and that's driven straight to the same fielder in the deep, Martin Akayesu. Now the required run rate is climbing up slowly to 10 runs per over. And 7 runs required from 55 deliveries. Playing that one onto the leg side, and Nzawarinda Shansedie couldn't manage to get there in time. And he allowed Commander Joshua to stop that one. And they do save some 2 runs for Team Ingabo Titans. That marks the end of over number 11. Captain Eric Ugimana is still in there, 10 off 10, along with Jeremy Theonest, and you can see the messenger from the dugout, Irinio Shuti. Both batters moving by 100 as the strike rate. Full delivery and driven back into the hands of the bowler. Deep square cow corner, long off and long on in place. Kuzermie Tuenes trying to go hard on himself, and you can see the way Eric Kugimana is running faster, trying to catch the fielder sweeping. A single mistake, I'm telling you, they're going to maximize whatever coming in their way. Ilik going for a flick, and he's saying two, but you can't get those two when it comes to Martin Akayezu. And anything placed straight to the off stump of Akuseremia Tuenest is just trying to cut it. And the single mistake, I'm telling you, it will be a different story. There you can see it. The moment you place anything straight on his off stump, he will just try to go for a cut shot, and not so many times he's going to succeed.
Cut away nicely. Finds the gap. Martin Akayezu in the deep. Fumbles that one. And they will settle for a double. Martin Akayezu, not known for that, really. Might be so pissed just for himself. It's like when you see him dropping a catch, it's very, very rare. Straight to point fielder Onesme. And that takes us to the end of the 12th over. 12 overs down. 60 for 5. 92 more runs needed from 48. And Ingenzi defenders will be needing someone to take charge and make sure he scores some runs. We've been seeing Theophil at the back end coming in, hitting some sixes, winning the game, not one, not two, but winning games for Ingenzi defenders. That is hit nicely in the deep, finding Ivan Bimenyimana to just settle for a single. An inside edge, Chancelier Nzabarinda not picking up that ball at once and allows them to sneak in a single. And with the likes of Michel Iratukunda, Theophil Naishime alongside Muhammad Nadil, can they be there when Ingenzi defenders need them the most in terms of boundaries? Because all of them are very, very capable. And at the moment, the captain taking matters into his own hands. David attempting a stamping, but Eric Kubgimana not in a rush, not at all. And the immediate kid is that was a pace on. False start for Emile, adjusting the field. Too short. And Eric Kubgimana trying to go for a pull, but just gets a single. And Ingabo Titans will be very okay with singles. Theonest might have touched on that one, maybe the pads. Again, David behind the stumps, not being very tight. Emile was as if the batter had nicked that one and David dropped it. But that will be it. 13 overs gone, 63 for 5. Ngabo Titans bowlers doing very, very well. Not giving away runs just like that. Not giving away boundaries. Making sure that they land the ball in the right areas. Give themselves a chance to go home with the third win. Beautifully done by Romeo Blaze coming in and coming in to bowl his last, having conceded 13. Very economical. Very economical. 13 runs, picked up 1 wicket. Lindira Romeo Blaze will be very, very okay. He's finishing his spell of 4 overs. Eric decides, misses that one and beats the keeper as well. And he had already decided to go after that particular delivery. Those will be buys. And getting closer into the 15th over. And the run rate required now had jumped way, way high. Clips that one off the legs. Finds Onesme in the deep. And they will settle for just a double. Eric will take that because getting boundaries has been just something that you can't get at ease. 13 runs is what they need every over. And in the 13 runs, you just need some boundaries in there. Straight into skipper's hands, Emile, into the covers. Seeing Emile in the covers again, it's something that you will not see every day. Gives himself room. Hits that one. Ivan in the deep. Fumbles that. And they will just settle for a single. And 16 runs is what Rindira Romeo Blaze conceded. Picked up 1 wicket in his 4 overs. Very good spell with a very good economy of 4. And after 14 overs, 68 for 5.
The captain comes back into the attack, but comes finding Eric on the strike, hammering that one and hammered enough to go all over to the boundary. And it will be another boundary for the captain as he crosses into 20s of 21. Very, very good innings from the captain. He's still in there, a lot to be expected. A wicket can come, a boundary, a maximum, a single, even a dot. Cricket have got this habit of producing unexpected things on the table. 80 runs required from 35 deliveries. Eric going down again, but finding the man down there in the deep, not ready enough to grab that catch. And those are the catches that are highly needed at this stage of the game. I've told you the players be standing there thinking about the lunch and missing everything completely. Kuzieremye Tiones back on the attack. And Emil will be targeting Timbers as have not registered a wicket yet. And that's cut away powerfully, and it will be another boundary. The man woke up and decided to go in the forest to hunt, and now he's being hunted. Miru Kiriza being advised to bowl stump to stump. Good line, and fortunately Hakuzermi Tones found his way to cut that one and found Ivan Menyimana back in the deep. And still 2 runs have been picked. Just 2 more deliveries to be played from this over as Emil finishes up his spell. That one will race all the way to the boundary as it catches David sleeping behind the stumps. But Zabenda Chancelier does a very great work by saving 1 run for his team as the captain will be facing captain. Now Ingabo Titans, they are playing against Ingenzi defenders for real. As 2 captains will be facing each other. And Eric Kubgimana will just get a single from that delivery. And that's the end of over number 15. 81 runs on the board after the loss of 5. Ngao Titans were in the same situation in the first innings, but out of nowhere, Martin Akayezu stepped in and saved the day for Team Ingabo. Now, can Eric do what Martin did in the morning?
Pimenyimana Ivan comes in to bowl over number 16 in the next 30 balls. The last 30 balls, Joshua Kamana in the deep. They will just pick up a couple. And again, Eric Kugimana will be expected to deliver as he did yesterday. Yesterday, he had to build, then caught up later on, had to step on the gear. Can he do the same today? He does. Hit that hard straight to Hamza Khan. That was stuck in the palm of Hamza Khan for sure. For a dot ball. 14 is what they need every over. And I'm not sure if Bimenyman Ivan will be the one to give them the 14 they need. Hit hard down the ground. Emile, the captain, in the deep. Does the fielding. Very good arm. Throws back to the wicket keeper, David. Cow corner in place. Long on, long off. Third man, a deep extra cover for a lefty. Very well done. He's Kuzieremye Theonest. And you've got to understand your strength as a player, as an individual. Because Theonest not overhitting the ball, not overhitting everything. He's just waiting for what comes into his zone. But otherwise, he's trying to rotate the strike. He's trying to get off strike. Let Eric come in and try. Again, the bowling had been awesome from the start. 86 now into the 16th over. Last delivery, complete over number 16. Hit hard. Will that be long enough? And for sure, it will be long enough. Akuzieremye Theonest accessing the longest boundary for a maximum. And he gets his first of the day. Look at that. Beautiful. The timing was massive. The timing was supreme to allow him to go over the rope. 60 more runs needed from 24 deliveries. 15 runs is what they need. And the more they don't get boundaries, the more the mountain will be very hard to climb. And now Martin Akayezu comes into the attack. 11 sixes so far in this particular encounter against the defenders up against Ingabo Titans. $152 is what Ingabo Titans managed to put up on board. To me, which wasn't enough for sure, because 150 on this particular ground, ground B, you can't sit on your back and say such a good score on board. You've got to be at your best with regards to bowling and the fielding as well, of which what they did earlier on in the power play when they finished the power play, when they have already gotten 4 wickets. Eric Ugimana goes for a pull, trying to come back for the second, and they will get them. They will get the right on time. That should be another single. Martin Akaezu asking questions to the stumps. And again, making sure that they get those singles good enough. And look at the bowling figures of Martin Akaezu. 12 runs is what he conceded. Picked up 1 wicket, and he's bowling his last. Beautiful looking shot. And that was a chance. Same man. By then, he was in the deep at a long on. This time around, he was at mid off. Kuziarimi Theonest hitting that one, trying to go over the infield. And Nyamibwa Rukundo Patrick decides to put that one down. Another opportunity went begging, just like that. Raw pace from Martin Akaezu. Eric swings and swings hard, gets nothing, gets beaten with the pace. Beautiful, beautiful spell, Martin Akaezu. Should have been 2 wickets now if Nyamibwa Rukundo Patrick would have taken that. The easiest of the catches, I might say. Oh, good Lord. Martin Akaezu doing Martin Akaezu thing. 5 wides. It has been long since that came. I mean, it has been a while without Martin giving away those freebies. 5 wides. Now the runs conceded gets to 18 just because of those 5 wides. And those wides of Martin Akaezu, they are always the quickest. It's the quickest that it beats the keeper, beats everyone. And he has the protection in the deep. Fine leg. He has got fine leg in the deep. Third man in place as well. And 19 runs is what he conceded in his 4 overs. 17 overs done, 102 for 5, needing 50 more runs from 18 balls.
Just 3 more overs to decide who is going to be the winner of game number 6 of day number 2 of men's RSA Men's Elite Liberation Cup. Still, the highest pick of the day is the over delivered by Hakusa facing Martin Akaezu and Joshua Kaman Nyonguru of 27 with 3 maximums in it. Menyimana Iva comes back into the attack. Have gone for 20 just in 2 overs. I know the captain is saying this is the over. 30 of 32. Stepping out and hitting that one straight down. There is a fielder, but waiting for it to bounce before he can grab it. This is the time where a player is always wrestling with two mindsets, saying, if I move forward and I miss, if I give a dive and I miss, it's going to be a boundary. And if I stay here and I grab it, I'm going to save 2 runs. But unfortunately, sometimes you stay and after the ball bounces, it spins away from you. And you end up facing the result you have been fearing. Going across again and missing the connection, and it races all the way, finding Romeo there in the deep. And the Hakuziani is showing some intention of going back for the third one, but the captain is not here to rotate, he's here to get business done. 46 runs just in 16 runs. If this comes to pass, I'm telling you, it's going to be one of the entertaining chase we have seen in this RCA Men's Elite Liberation Cup. 17 runs per over for Ingenzi defenders to take the victory away from Ingabo Titans. 107 runs on the board. 5 wickets have gone down. Here we go, third delivery. Going for a scoop, and he got it right, and it's going to be another brilliant shot of the day from the captain of Ingenzi defenders. What are you doing in this cricket game, Eric Kugimana? Look at that. Menyimana Iva going for a full toss, but Eric Kugimana saying that I can do this also. I can not only bowl, but I can also stand here and deliver. The happiest must be the coach of Ingenzi defenders. Even though you cannot say that the game is slipping away from them because they are on the right track. But I'm telling you, Eric is not here to joke. The captain is not here to settle for a race, just going after everything. So far, have got 12 runs just in 4 deliveries that Imenyimana Iva have delivered. And with that boundary, Eric Ugimana will jump straight into 40s. Can this be the second 50 of this guy in this RSA Men's Elite Liberation Cup? If this comes to pass, if this comes to be the second 50, he will be the liberated guy. He will be the guy celebrating the Independence Day for real here in Rwanda. Going for another great shot, but Amza missing that direct hit, and Eric Ugimana will go back for the second one, and yes, he will reach there in time. 44 off 37, 36 runs required from 13 deliveries. Way too possible, very, very possible, and this is the last delivery because you can't advise Eric to block and run because I've got another safe end being covered by Hakuziyaremye Tionest, the man who have got a maximum, the cleanest of the day. Here we go, last delivery of this over, driving that one over the head of the bowler, and they will rotate just for a single. And with that sloppy fielding from jersey number 12, Eric will go back and it will be a double. And they seals this over with 118 runs on the board after the loss of 5. 34 runs required from just 12 deliveries. This have happened a lot of times, and I've seen teams crossing the finishing line. As previously in Kivuka, we have seen Ishimwe Henriette getting close and close to the finishing line and have fallen short just by 1 run. Now let us see what Eric is going to be doing just 4 runs to put up another half century. This seems to be a message to the selectors who have dropped him previously when they were holding to Botswana. Now the guy is like, you have made a wrong call. Nzabarinda Chancelier comes back into the attack to deliver over number 19. This time around, this is the moment you come to realize it's ride or die. You have to do whatever it's going to take for your side to win the game. 34 required from just 12 deliveries. And this is the moment that the captain will need to get close to Inyamibwa Rukundo Patrick, the man on your screen, and remind him that there is no need of dropping, because any dropped opportunity will cost them a lot. Here we goes. Much better driving that one, and it will find a fielder in the deep. And now the captain will have to come back on the strike. Can this be another 50 for Eric Kubgimana? The man who spent a lot of hours in the church, in the temple, not only praising, but also praying for results like this in the field. Some sort of changes. Bimenyimana Iva, just number 3, down at third man. There is long off, long on, and cow corner. And short fine leg in the place. Now what's the plan for Nzabarinda Chancelier? Eli Kubgiman on the strike, just 4 runs away from putting up another half century. Confusion now comes into the place, and Bimenyimana Iva have been told to come at short third man. Here we goes, 4 runs. Eric seems not to be happy with the decision of moving backward. 33 required from 10 deliveries. A lot to be expected, I'm telling you. And wherever you're watching from, if you have not managed to get an opportunity to be here in the morning for this great encounter, you can be here in the afternoon, as we will be witnessing another great game as our boys liberate. Missing that one, but fortunately it was a wide to the side of Ingenzi defenders. Very, very fortunate. Eric standing in a disbelief, not believing that Ingabo Titans have ride this game to this moment. Everyone now is taking full charge of this game. Not only the bowler, but even the fielders trying to get close and too close to the bowler, trying to remind every single player what you have to do. Didier going out, not contributing. Chris Namhoranye going out the same. And here he goes, loud appeal. Now everyone is saying stay with the ball, as they know what drama can cause at this stage of the game. Now Eric Kugimana was at peace because he's a bowler, but this time around he has been converted into a batter, and he is feeling the curse of what is Adelaide.
Still in things. The 2 set batters in. Kuzieremi Theonest and the captain. Misses on that one. Chancelier, the collection of the ball. And not just one time. And Eric When Eric is batting, just be aware he is going to run. When there is a situation like this, Eric will be very ready at any given time because he will be wanting to go on strike. And there he goes. Chancelier, 2 deliveries to complete. And that is hit. And it is hit with precision and into the boundary. And back-to-back half centuries for the captain. Is he making a name for himself? And for sure he is. 5 boundaries on his name. 50 of 41 deliveries. Very, very well done, Captain Eric. And I will call him Captain Fantastic, because doing this in a row, 2 in a row, it is massive. And again, standing up for the team, standing up when everyone had given up, giving hope to the team. 26 more runs needed from 7 balls. Last ball, Chancelier. Eric on strike. Hits that one, driven powerfully, and Eric should keep the strike. And for sure he will. Eric is always hungry for runs. But again, it is the awareness. He's always aware of what might happen and what might come his way. 19 overs done, 127 for 5. 25 more runs needed from the next 5 balls. Ingenzi defenders into things now. And who is there to bowl the last over? The partnership of 90 runs of 68 deliveries. Eric Kubgimana contributing 51. Theonest contributing 29. And for sure, that is what is needed in most occasions. This time around, it was the captain. The other day, when everyone was in doubt, when nobody believed that they can get into the 3 figures, the captain believed, stood up, carried on, and took up the responsibilities. He scored a 60 that gave them something, and that gave them runs on board. And this time around, 50 of 42 balls. And he normally claims to be an all-rounder, and for sure he is showing that to the cricketing world that, hey yo, I can bat. Ivan Bimenyimana Vincent Deport to bowl the last over. The previous over went for plenty. His 3rd over. Now bowling his 4th, and the captain trusted him to bowl the last over. Can Eric take him on? Because he did few overs ago. That stayed a bit low. That stayed a bit low. And a dot ball it will be. Eric will not be happy for that. But again, he still have hope that he can keep going. And for sure, having someone who is on 50 on strike in the last over, needing 25, everything is very, very possible. Hit hard in the air. There should be a catch, and a chance is taken. Joshua Nyonguru Kamana takes that one, and easy takings from him. 2 for the day. And Eric was trying so hard to take the team home, and Joshua spoils the party. Eric has to depart. 127 for 6 in 19.2 overs. 51 with a strike rate of 115. 5 boundaries. With 5 boundaries now, that is 20 runs. You can imagine the running in the middle there. He made sure that whichever way runs come, he will be able to accept with wide arms. And Bimenyimana Iva Vincent de Paul gets the last laugh after being tonked in his previous over. And this time round breaks the partnership. Muhammad Nadil can cause a lot of damage on a good day. And I'm not sure if this can be the day, but we can only wait and find out. Long off, long on in place, cow corner. Deep finer in place as well, as in they had penalized. They are only allowed 4 fielders outside the inner ring. Third delivery coming. Bimenyimana Eva. Hit hard up in the air. Martin underneath. Martin will not hesitate. Takes that one. Muhammad Nadil, whatever he was trying to do, that's the only thing that you can offer. Trying to go for a biggie. This was the right moment to try, but unfortunately falls along the process. Martin Akaezu takes the catch. And you could imagine what is going on between the two, Martin and Nadil Muhammad. Few minutes ago, when Martin was batting, Nadil bowling, it was chaos. They were having a word at each other. And this time round, Nadil hits hard, Martin catches, and that is 2 in 2 for Bimenyimana Iva Vincent de Paul. Hat-trick ball coming, Michel Iradukunda on strike. Joining Hakuziaremye Theonest, who is on 35 of 31. Michael goes hard and long enough to clear the boundary. Beautifully done. And Michael, what are you doing? This is the first delivery. The first delivery that he is facing. And that has been dispatched into the boundary for a maximum. And Michael took long enough to arrive. And look at what he did on the very first ball. 2 balls left. Swings hard, way outside off stump. Misses. And this looks to be going Ngabo Titans' way. Getting themselves another win to make it 3 out of 3. Third ball to end the over, and that will be it. That will be it for Ingenzi defenders losing their second, Ingabo Titans winning their third. 3 out of 3 and winning by 18 runs.
That's the batting card. Didier Nkugimana and namhoranye Chris Yusuf, Sema Nitanga Wilson, going out without doing anything to the scorers. And Tisa Jean Bosco trying to cruise to 20, but unfortunately just finishing up after playing 15 of 14. Benilwe Christian 7 of 12. Hakuzarinya Theonest 35 of 31, not out. Eric Ugima, the captain, 51 of 44. And the rest were just adjusting, nothing much. That's the batting, the bowling card. Akaius Martin picking up 1 wicket just with a lot of dots, 16 dots in Zabenda Chancelier, giving away 19 runs with the column of 4 and picking up 3 wickets. Menyimana Iva 4 overs, 8 dots, and giving away 42 runs and picking up 2 wickets, very, very nearly to be a hat trick. But Michael ruined everything just by putting up a maximum. Adindro Blaze Romeo 1 wicket in 4 overs, economy of 4, and Ricky Zemir, the captain, picking up no wickets, being very economical, 7 runs per over and 28. And those are the top performers. Singisman Eric 38 of 35, Akes Martin 38 of 22, Tuisenjo Rikide 20 of 17. Those are from Ingabo. And from Ingenzi defenders, we have Eric Kugimana 51 of 44, Kakuzeli Mtonest 35 of 31, and Twiza Rambosco 15 of 14. And Michael picking up 2 wickets just in 4 overs, same as Mama Nadil, same as Kakuzeli Mtonest, and Zabenda Shansidi picking up 3 of 4 overs. Meimana Iva picking up those 2 wickets in a row, and Akaius Martin picking up 1 wicket. And finally, Ingabo Titans choosing correctly earlier at the pitch, winning the toss and opting to half bat first, and it went in their favor, and they have won by 18 runs. Please stay tuned, as shortly we'll be back for another exciting encounter.
It is day number 2 of the RCA Men's Liberation Elite League 2026 and game number 8, Jimena Centurions taking on Ingabo Titans together with the third umpire Olivier to officiate the toss. Jimena Centurions being the home team and will do the flip. Heads was the call, and heads it was. Congratulations on winning the toss. What are you going to do first, Isai, and why?
We are going first.
Any reason behind that?
Yeah, we did some changes. We insert some batters which like where we think that any score here we chase it. Yeah, and we try to restrict them to low score that will be easier to us to chase it. Yeah.
Talking about the score, what score do you think you can restrict them to?
Below 150 be good chase to us.
And all the very best. Emile, did the toss work in your favor?
Yeah,
You wanted to bat first.
Yeah, I wanted to bat first.
And you just won your 3 games in a row. And any changes in the team and the plans going forward?
No, for the playing 11, we keep the same team. And about the plan we have in this tournament, I think I said it before. We are aiming to improve our batting. I mean, I don't mean chasing is not batting, but I think after this one, it was our target. We want to score 200 plus. We see the full potential of our players. And then from there, we can now try to challenge ourselves and try chasing and try change the playing 11.
A great afternoon and a very good welcome. It is another game. Ingabo Titans playing their second up against Imena Centurions. The scores on your screens: Emile Rikiriza, Kayezu Martin, Eric Dusingizimana, Patrick Inyamibwa, Hamza Khan, Yankuru Kamana, Joshua, Chancellor Nzabarinda, Dindiro Romeo Blaze, Tisenyo Orkide Wimana, David, Ivan, and Onesme Kwizera, being now trusted to play this afternoon's encounter. Nyamugabo Izai, Imena Centurions captain, Elua Loic, Protogène Irafasha, Israel Mugisha, Berthe Mugisha, and Clinton Rubagumya as well, Senyumva Emmanuel, Debero Henry Olivier Ignace Nirenganya, Gihozo Elise, and Zirahangaje François. Manishimwe Jean-Claude again in the mix. Mena Centurions looking forward to register their second win in the tournament after securing their first yesterday against Ingenzi defenders. Again, Ingabo Titans have won 3 out of 3, looking forward to register their fourth in the tournament. Now playing Imena Centurions for the very second time. First ball up, Inyas Nirenganya. Hamza Khan on strike. Full toss, but a heavy ball. Didn't connect that because that was a loose ball. It was supposed to be dispatched into the boundary. Dot ball to start things off. Ngabo Titans scoring 197 yesterday against Imena Centurions. Dispatched that one, and Hamza Khan starts off with a boundary. But again, the fielding effort from Rebero Henry Olivier wasn't that enough. That was supposed to be stopped. Look at that, through the legs and into the boundary. Nyasi Nirenganya balled him. And Nyasi celebrates. And Ingabo Titans shades the first blood. Inyas Nirenganya, look at that particular delivery. An inside edge, and it goes straight into the timbers. Hamza Khan losing the shape, trying to go after Inyas. And Inyas gets the last laugh. First things first, dot ball, a boundary, and a wicket. And not just a wicket, but a big one for Hamza Khan. Just 4 runs is what he managed, that first boundary. Nyamibga Rukundo Patrick comes in at number 3, joining Eric Dusingizimana, who is yet to score a run and to register anything on his name. Hamza Khan in the morning game again didn't manage to get something on board. Faced the first over alone, scored 2 boundaries, a 6 and a 4, and the last delivery, it was a wicket. Again, the trouble continues for Hamza Khan. Swinging in a delivery. And the umpire says it is a legal delivery. 4 deliveries, including that big wicket of Hamza Khan. And Nyamibga Rukundo Patrick, hopefully, he comes back to life in terms of the approach. Swings hard, and how in the world that misses the stumps. Swung in and misses the stumps, really. Such a beautiful, beautiful looking deliveries from Inyas Nirenganya. The left arm seamer, actually left arm quick. And closing off the over. Square leg in place, deep square leg, and a third man. Beautifully bowled, trying to sneak in a single. And for sure, Nyamibga Rukundo Patrick gets off the mark and finishes the over. Runs on board for Ingabo Titans. 5 runs after losing 1 wicket of Hamza Khan. Mena Centurions dugout. The coach sitting on his back there with some youngsters as well. Coach Eric Tuishimre being there, making sure that everything falls in line. As Zirhanga Francois makes his way into the attack from the road end. Ingabo Titans in the morning game have scored 151 and managed to defend that and win the game by 18 runs, whereby Mena Centurions had bowled first. Manzi Guardians scored 137 for 7 in their 20 overs. In response, Mena Centurions managed only 116 for all out in 18.5. Hit hard, the sound of the bat, but not convincing. Inyas picks up that, taking shy of the stumps, gets nothing. Ziranga Francois, who didn't get a nice and a beautiful start yesterday. Hit hard inside edge. That is racing all the way. And for sure, it goes all the way to the boundary. And guess the culprit, Rindiro, pardon, Rebero Henry Olivier, is the culprit. And the beauty of this game, Enoch, is that you can never hide from that cricket ball. The ball finds its way straight to you wherever you're fielding. And now the ball finds Rebero Henry patrolling the boundary at deep square leg. Didn't manage at all to stop that from getting over the rope. Eric Dusingizimana. That stayed low. And a dot ball. His very first is Zilhanga Francois. Wide delivery. Trying to not give Eric Dusingizimana a thing or a delivery in the slot. Because you know the damage he can cause is Eric Dusingizimana. Up in the air. This should be a chance. And Mugisha Israel shouting, mine, mine. But can't get there whatsoever. A chance that went begging just like that. Two fielders converging, and that was an easy picking. Hit down the ground firmly, and that goes all the way to the boundary. Beautiful looking shot. This time around, Inyamimbuga Rukundo Patrick now decides to play down the ground, not swinging at everything. Again, hitting through the line, cover drives through the gap for a boundary. Beautiful looking shot, picking up the gap. And Ziranga Francois, 11 so far conceded. One more delivery. That is hit down the ground, and Isaini Mugabo being there to restrict them to just a single. And to end over number 2, 17 for 1.
Those are the results of completed games. Ngabo Titans winning by 18 runs against the defenders. It was the game we witnessed with our own eyes in the morning here. Just missing the length and the line completely, and it will be a wide. Ziranga France going for 5 runs in the first over. He bowled. Yet yesterday he went for 25 in 2 overs. This really shows that these players are not going back home to sleep, but to go and do some homeworks. Straight on the off stump, and the timber is now disturbed. Inyamibwa Rukundo Patrick, the tall lad, couldn't see that small ball sneaking to his timber. Look at that. Very, very close, but it doesn't matter. Result matters, and the result is he is out after playing seven, after scoring 7 runs just in 6 deliveries. Nyas Nirenganya found his way back to those timbers. "18 runs after the loss of two. Ngabo Titans losing their wickets without putting a lot of things on the table. Eric Singisman yesterday registering 88 runs in the morning, have been to 30s, closing to 40s, and now he's also looking forward to put some runs on the board for Ingabo Titans. 5 of 3 deliveries, and Orikide Tuisenje joins Eric. Orikide to fetch the first delivery. Much better liner. Inyas keeping it in the lines where if he tries to do any mistake, it's going to be a different story. Much better, loud appeal. These guys are just trying to rip these legs of Orikide. Look at that. The ball just swinging, going down the leg. Inyas going hard on these batters. Amza Khan coming in and going out as quick as a bullet. Nyamika Rukundo Patrick scoring 7 runs, trying to enter the double digits, and Inyas saying, wait, stop here. Pulled but too close to be taken by Manshimge Jean Claude. But the lunch was heavy. Two more legal deliveries. We've seen Ingabo Titans winning power play since the very first day of this league. Eric Tusingismana back on the strike. The man have been laying such solid foundation for Team Ingabo Titans. Now let us see what is going to happen. Straight on the stumps. And Eric, I'm telling you, he survived. He survived. If you can, I mean, on the bowling side, if Inyas can just manage to keep those deliveries straight on the stumps, straight on the middle stump, Eric, the way he's playing, his front leg is right facing the fielder at mid wicket, and his bat is driving straight to the covers. Much better edge than gone. It must be, and umpire is convinced. I've heard the sound right here. I've been talking about it. if Inyasi can manage to keep it right there on the middle line, on the middle stump line, it will always be out when it comes to Eric right there. Look at the front leg where it was, and the guy trying to place the ball, trying to place the shot at point. It can't work more than two or three deliveries. Every single time when you try to go across, result will always be there, but in a negative way. And jersey number 14, after scoring 5 runs, he's also off the mark. Now David Uimana joins Orikidetu Senge. These two have been struggling to go off the mark, have been struggling to put some runs on the board. I don't know if this partnership can be relied on. But again, they are very skilled. It's just a bad day, not a bad player. David can stand and swing for some time, same as Orikide. The man previously have scored 130. It shows how great he can be. Same as David, quick 50s in the league, the club cricket. I can't say well placed, but Orikide is off the mark. Now David Uiman have been sent to the batting crease to face second delivery of Zirahangaje Francois. Third man in the place. Third man and deep swear. Much better line. Now the guy is trying to use the field they have set. David Wimana moving forward, trying to tap on that delivery so that they can give a little work to the fielder, a third man, so that they can just get a single. But Zirahangaje Francois being very, very tough to be played. Swing and miss. Same problem as Eric. Playing that one up in there, but there is no fielder in the deep. Inyas will be the one to give it a chase, and after bouncing just once due to slow outfield, Inyas will send that one straight to the bowler's hand. Back to what I was saying is the way David is playing, his front leg and his bat, they are moving in separate directions. So if David can be aware of that, or the coaches, they can correct that, and it will play a very, very crucial key. And it is a free hit. Played up in there, it's gone, it's huge, I'm telling you. That's massive. That's massive shot from Orikide Tuisenge. Orikide Tuisenge expressing himself after being informed that it's a free hit. Playing that one, leaning on his back and sending that one to the beautiful pavilion you have got at this side of Gahanga. 28 on the board after the loss of 3. Hamza Khan going without contributing. Eric Singizman and even Nyamiga Rukundo Patrick. And if this partnership can be broken, they will be relying on Martin Akayesu, Emiru Kiriza, and Nyamuru Kamana Joshua. Orikide on the strike. Much better line from Zrangaje Francois, trying to come back, trying to target that off stump. But Rikideti is saying it, being wise enough to know what to do and when to do it. And with the outswinger that Zrangaje Francois is delivering, at least if he can keep it a bit on the middle stump, swinging, going to off stump, David is going to struggle all day long. Right there. Now the guy have seen that he can't bat within the crease. He's trying to come out of the crease. And it's all about just a simple mistake. Front leg going in a separate way from the bat. So if the coaches can notice such small mistake, I'm telling you, David can be very effective and productive at the same time. And as we put the mark on over number 4, Team Ingabo, they have got 29 off 4 overs, 29 runs just in 4 overs, and 3 wickets have been picked. Sigisman Eric going, but have got 14 boundaries so far, and Menyimana Zapi leading by 7 maximums, which is a mere 7 maximums to Isenjori the 7 maximums, and Benirge Christian coming at number 4 with 6 maximums, being followed by Martin Akayezu.
New bowler coming in, David Henry up in the air, an opportunity, and it is taken comfortably. An opportunity for the big wicket of Orchide Tuisenye. Francois Zirangaje gets there early. Look at that. Outside edge, the elevation was there, finding Zirangaje Francois at third man region, running in, takes the catch. And another one perishes for Ingabo Titans. 29 for 4 after 4.1 overs. We are still inside the power play as we see the skipper coming in to bat. Ingabo Titans are losing another. Kide goes for just 9. I was about to talk about that big hit for a maximum that Orchide hit off a free hit. And again, 77 sixes in 2 days. That tells you a story of how the batters are expressing themselves. They're trying so hard to score some runs. And again, the pitches here, the pitches are very flat. The ball coming on to the bat. And now it is up to the batters to enjoy it and make sure their teams, their respective teams, put some runs on board. Emile comes in joining David Uimana, who is on 1 after facing 4 deliveries. David Henry, fast ball, and fast ball strikes coming up for the second delivery. Asking questions, and for sure the right lines to bowl for a new batter. Have been going big and big from the start. Since yesterday, the first game, they scored 197. The power play was massive. The power play was massive today as well. It was the same story. Again, the bowlers doing their homework properly, trying to come back very, very well. Because looking at how Lebero Henry is bowling, asking questions in the stumps, if you can't go through the line, then it is going to be hard for you to score some runs. David on strike. Straight to Clinton Rubagumya at point region. And David yet to be very explosive like we know him. And again, a big there. Moves down the wicket and gets beaten. And that is David for you. He will make sure that he advances down the ground. What an over this is turning out to be. Last delivery. Just one run so far. An outside edge and a healthy one because David will be rewarded with a boundary to close off the over. Zirangaje Francois was on the chase but goes in vain and gave away that boundary after 5 overs, 34 for 4. Francois Zirahangaji comes back to bowl from the road end. Beautifully done. Zirahangaji Francois offering width to Emile Richiriza. Straight through the point region, finding Protogene Irafasha in the deep. How does the fielding and allows them to go for just a single? Allowed appeal, but again, David had moved down the ground, had left the crease way earlier. Those will be leg byes. Have a take a look at that again and see. It was a close call. Beautifully done. And the ball moving away, just away from the batter. That's a very good quality of a ball. He is Zirahangaji, being able to bring the ball back into the batter and away from the batter. That's a very good quality. Again, Gahanga Francois bowling his third, conceding only 2 runs in this particular over with a current run rate of 6. I think for the very first time now, Ngabo Titans having a low scoring power play. Wide ball it is. Gahanga had thought that was right in line. Another wide. Gahanga Francois giving away freebies. Unlike yesterday, even yesterday his first 2 overs went for plenty, 25. But in his next 2 overs, he tried to come back properly. And this time round, done and dusted. 6 overs done, 38 for 4. Isaini Mugabo adjusting the field. Extra cover in place. Deep extra cover, long off, long on, square leg and a third. Down the leg, starting off with just a wide delivery. Not the right time to give in extras, to give in freebies. After the power play, now the field is sprayed. Obviously, the batters will be looking at hitting the sweepers to try and rotate the strike, at least up the run rate and see how things go going forward. Again, when it comes to losing wickets, that will be something that they will not love to see, them losing wickets and not enough runs on board again. Mile driven down the ground, finding his eye in the covers for a dot ball. And Mile holding himself back, having faced 8 balls, scored only 2 runs. Shows you how cautious he is, because he has to keep his wicket. He has to make sure that he delivers an inside edge, and that goes all the way to the boundary. It has enough legs to get to the boundary. Fortune favors the brave, they say. And Emile gets the boundary, the much, much needed one, and the long waited boundary.
For 4 runs on the board after the loss of 4. Now Emiru Kiriza and David Wiman are having same strike rate, 6 of 9. Emil being wise enough, knowing that even though he have been striking the ball very hard nowadays, he also have to go slowly this time around, because they have lost wicket in a quick succession. So if he comes and tries to add like 40 runs quickly, there is a chance of losing another wicket, and that's what they don't need at this stage of the game. Blocked, and it will be another single. Now the key is strike rotation, and they are doing it well. Is Emile. Now they have seen the gap, and with that single, we come to the end of over number 7. 47 runs on the board after the loss of 4 is what the scorecard reads. Clinton Ragumya comes into the attack from the road end. Emiru Chiriza going hard on that one, but finding a protection there, a protector called Protogene. Previously, when these two played, Emil was really hard on Clinton Ragumya, was even the one to win the game. Now, Clinton Ragumya will be very attentive to every single delivery he delivers, because it can only take 2 overs in a T20 game for one team to lose the control over the game, so that it can shift to the other party. Thick outside edge, and without single hesitation, Irwaloik takes the second one of the day. Clinton Bagumia being the name, these two they have developed this idea of just rotating, not trying to go for big shots. And then unfortunately, when things are going to happen, you can't stop them. Whether you go for a big shot, will go out, whether you just try to block it. And jersey number 1, we have to go back to the dugout. But there are plenty of players in the dugout. I know he will not be bored. There is Eric Dusingisimana. There is Amza Khan, Tisenjo Rikide, and even Nyamiga Rukundo Patrick. They all went out without contributing a lot on the board. Simply means that they will be communicating in the same language. The man who have hit a very massive six in the morning comes on the crease. Clinton Wagumya to continue after picking that wicket of Dave Duimana. And it will be a wide. Commander Joshua getting enough time to think what he's supposed to do for his team. Getting a thick edge, not getting the connection he wanted, and the man who have been a victim since the first day with sloppy fielding this time around comes back by taking that great catch at point. Look at that, Nyonguru Kamana Joshua trying to go on the leg side, but his butt was not facing that side. He just decided otherwise.
Beautiful looking delivery. Commander Joshua trying to go after that and ends up giving that to David Henry. As you said, Enoch, David Henry had been struggling, and he's been struggling since yesterday morning game. Balls going through his legs when fielding, and likes to field in the deep, likes to patrol the boundaries. And this time round, they've kept him inside the inner ring. And Clinton Ragumya being very, very tight and being of importance for Mena Centurions, joining the bowling department. Pace off. Martin Akaezu trying to get deceived, trying to ask the outside edge of Martin's blade to just nick, and Elua will do the rest. And that was a big wicket of Joshua Kamana. Now Martin Akaezu joining in. Beautiful looking delivery. Again, looking for that outside edge. But it is very good looking at Clinton's lines and lengths. He's being very consistent, varying the pace, but again the lengths are not changing, which is very, very great. Again, pace on. This time round, same length, same results. Dot ball to end the over. Rubagumya Clinton picked up 2 wickets, conceded only 2 in his very first over, and allowed himself to come back for the second. Pelise Mulekatete on your screens, on your frames, coming out at Gahanga. It is on a Thursday. The skyscrapers there, over number 2 being the biggest, 12 runs from it. And during weekdays at Gahanga, very rare to see many people coming out to watch some games. It is a working day, so it's very hard to expect people coming out to watch some games. Apart from yesterday, that was a public holiday, an Independence Day in Rwanda. At least people had to skip work for just a day, came out, watched some cricket yesterday, unlike today. David Henry, swing and a miss. Martin Akaezu, pace off delivery. And Martin Akaezu, with the power he possesses, any hit that he offers, even if it is still in the on field, still you've got to feel it. Punched hard down the ground, trying to get back for the second, but gets nothing. And to bring Emile Rukiriza right on strike. Played nicely, and Emile 11 off 14 deliveries, going very well. Again, trying to rotate the strike, something that is needed at the moment. After losing 6 wickets, you've got to give yourself a chance in rotating the strike to at least see your team cruising to a certain total. Martin Akaezu holding himself back on that particular delivery. Under normal circumstances, Martin would have gone after that, but decides to just survive. And Imanzi Guardians up against Ingenzi defenders on the other ground. Imanzi Guardians having won the toss and elected to bat first. Now 55 for 4 in 12.3 overs. Hit hard, mammoth power, and all the way to the boundary. I'm telling you, this boy has got some power. Look at that. Straight as an arrow. And the ball gets enough legs to cross the boundary rope for a boundary. And Henry Olivier finishes the over. And 9 overs done, 56 for 6. Clinton Rwagumia not very happy with the fielding effort from Jean-Claude Dimanshimwe, asking them to keep things tight and tight. Beautifully done by Clinton. Martin wanting to tap on that, but the timing's not there, the contact not there, and Clinton will want you to try that. He will want you to try and nick. Because if you look at 95% of his deliveries were a bit outside of stump, just there. And that was hit hard down the ground, finding Israel Mugisha in the deep. And they will settle for just a double. Beautifully done. Now getting used to outside of stump, fourth stump line from Clinton. Now brings it back into the timbers. And Martin again had to survive. Loving the idea of Emile and Martin not trying so hard at this particular stage of the game. Beautifully done. Straight to the stumps. Martin survives again. Them not trying a lot is a sign that this pair can get you somewhere. Being very cautious. And indeed, it's very understandable. After losing 6 wickets inside 10 overs. Actually, Emile played a big part. Beautiful. Good running in the middle by the two. And it complete Clinton's second over, conceding only 6 runs, picked up 2 wickets. And halfway the innings, the score reads 60 for 6.